Thank you, Kara. We're live on UGTV and YouTube.
So, test. See, is that the volume on this? Test. That's why it's doing. Yeah. All right, good evening. Before I call the meeting to order, turn the speakers off there. Before I call the meeting to order, I want to announce that due to COVID-19, some staff and public are attending remotely via Zoom or by phone. All participants joining by phone should mute their phones when not speaking to avoid background noise. During the meeting, please make sure that you announce your safe by name and title every time you speak so the public that is observing knows who is speaking. This is critical given the number of remote participants and his current guidance from the Kansas Attorney General. I'll call the meeting to order. Ask the clerk to read the roll.
Good evening. You are hereby notified that I have called a special commission meeting of the Unified Government of Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas to be held Thursday, July 15th, 2021 at 5 p.m. in the 5th floor conference room, 701 North 7th, Kansas City, Kansas, regarding the revenue neutral rate. Roll call. Townsend. Here. McKiernan.
Here.
Ramirez.
Here.
Johnson.
Here.
Kane. Here. Markley.
Here.
Walters. Here. Philbrook.
Here.
Bynum.
Here.
Burrows, and Burrows has sent us an absent letter. Mayor Alvey.
Here. Right. This evening, our invocation is being given by Commissioner Harold Johnson of Faith Deliverance Church of God in Christ. Please stand, remain standing for our Pledge of Allegiance.
Let us pray. Good and gracious God, we thank you for bringing us here today as the Unified Government of Wyandotte County Commission. We ask, oh God, that even as you have provided us rain that provides sustenance to our soil and causes us to grow, let our dialogue be that which provides the same type of substance to our community, God, from every corner, so that this community will continue to grow and be the example of what a loving community should be. We pray this in the name of Christ our Lord. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Commissioner. Are there any revisions to tonight's special meeting?
Mayor, there were no revisions.
Thank you. So there's only one item on the administrator's agenda. We have a resolution to schedule a public hearing for September 7th, 2021 regarding the governing body's intent to levy a property tax exceeding the revenue neutral rate. So I'd ask County Administrator Bach to make some opening remarks and to introduce staff.
Thank you, Mayor, Commission. This is the item that we talked to you about in more depth a couple of weeks ago. As we've gone through the last couple of weeks, and conversed more with the League of Kansas Municipalities, the evolving and understanding of how the state legislation works is that we also need to formally take action to just acknowledge the fact that it's our intent to collect more revenue than we did last year, or at least give ourselves that option. Last year, as you all know, was a low revenue year in 2020. This has nothing to do or does not change our mill rate at all. In fact, the published mill rate that's listed here is the identical mill rate. So as you know, many times when we go through the budget process, we'll adopt a maximum mill rate that may be a little higher than or we'll consider a mill rate that could be higher than our previous one, just to give ourselves some room. This doesn't even do that. This holds us at the existing mill rate that we have today. But it just recognizes the fact that you're going to have a public hearing on it in September. You'll discuss it. You can always lower down from that rate, but it also puts that notice out there that the amount or the value of the mill and the amount of money that can be collected will be more than what came in 2020. So this sends it out as official notice that you're taking this action. We have to take an adopted action, so it goes to the clerk, so the clerk can then follow through with publication requirements accordingly. So with that, I would recommend approval so we can move on through the budget process as set out by the state legislature.
So again, I want to be clear that Misty, could you speak to this, that when it says we have a resolution to schedule a public hearing regarding the governing body's intent to levy a property tax exceeding the revenue neutral rate. This is not a resolution that binds us to exceed, but this is the language we have to use in order to be able to do that. We could choose not to exceed the revenue neutral, right? Revenues.
Yes, Mayor, this is Misty Brown, Chief Counsel for the Unified Government, and that is correct. As Senate Bill 13 set out, if we wish to maintain that option to exceed the revenue neutral rate, we have to provide formal notice to the clerk by today of this intent. So this is the language set by statute and recommended by the League of Municipalities.
But again, the language does not allow us to say the governing body's intent to consider to levy a property tax exceeding the revenue neutral rate.
That's correct, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Bynum.
I just have a question around a technicality. When we adopt our budget every year, we actually adopt a series of resolutions, the county mill levy, the downtown SMID, wastewater, solid waste, the library. Are any of those impacted, or do they just ride along with this extension?
Well, they are impacted, and Kathleen may want to speak to it in more detail. The two different mill rates that you're seeing, one is on the city, one in the county, they're in the resolution. So the county one includes various ones that are part of that, all the different funds that are within that. Don't know the answer on the SMID piece. Kathleen, do you want to speak to that?
Yeah, so we actually did some research on those other districts, such as the SMID and the library district, and they're actually not obligated to do the measures that are in Senate Bill 13. So those two are not under those provisions, and Misty can speak to that a little bit, but that's the ruling that they came up with.
that makes my question be, we used to be on a deadline of sometime in August. And so are we still on that deadline for those items?
Well, I think, Commissioner Bynum, that is a really excellent question. So as we work through the new legislation, we're learning bits and pieces as we go. At this point, we're not 100% sure what the deadlines are for those two. So, we're still finding out. I wish I could tell you different, unless Misty can fill in. I think that we all have come to the conclusion we're not real sure, and we're researching it.
I will say we are operating that we're going to submit our whole budget to the state at the same time.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In question, I have some confusion. Here at the top, it says their neutral rate, the mill is 37 for the county, for the city, 37.8 for the county. But towards the bottom, it says a proposed mill levy for KCK of 38 and proposed county mill levy for the county of 39. Why, excuse me, why are those different? It shows that we're raising the mill levy. And if we're raising it, are we required to so that we can realize the extra revenue or the new revenue coming in on top of the neutral rate?
So, no, the revenue, in order to achieve the revenue neutral rate, what that means is that we would have to lower our mill rate to collect the same amount of revenue as we collected last year. And so basically it negates any kind of growth in assessed value, right? So the numbers you're seeing, so I don't have the document, but the numbers you're seeing are what the rate would be if we didn't exceed the revenue neutral rate. What we're proposing at the moment is to maintain the mill rates as they currently are without any change.
Okay, that makes sense. So for, let's say, for some reason we decide to not exceed it, we would have to lower the mill levies to 37.1 and 37.8 to maintain the revenue from last year, correct?
In order to levy the same level of revenue as last year. Yeah.
Yes,
Without-
okay.
Correct.
Without capturing the growth in the assessed value.
Mhm, okay, thank you. I was a little confused by the two numbers, but thank you very much for that.
Commissioner Townsend?
Thank you, Mayor. Just so I'm clear, if we or when we take action on this resolution, will we be bound to the rates already mentioned in the resolution? I think Commissioner Bynum, and I guess I most closely associate this with Commissioner Kane, because he usually brings the motion forward, that we can always lower
them. Yeah.
lower the proposed rate at a different time. So are we basically stuck with the rates that are currently in the resolution?
No, you have the option to lower the rate from that level that's in the resolution. You can't
No.
increase them.
No, and that's my question.
Yeah.
By moving on this, will the benefit of this hearing be that we can consider a higher rate if we chose to? Not that we would, but as we do in the past, we set it at a level that we can't exceed later. We can always lower.
No, I think all this does is Senate Bill 13 says that if we are going to, so we've seen growth in our appraised value, which generates more revenues. They're saying if you're going to realize the gains of all of your real estate development and everything, and you'll see additional revenues come in beyond what you got last year, and you have to hold a special hearing that talks about that you're going to bring in additional $1 million this year and say that we're going to capture that $1 million. If we wanted to change the mill levy rate, that's a separate hearing, which is already scheduled. Am I correct about that? Actual mill levy hearing is a separate hearing.
Where we could set an uppermost limit beyond, okay.
You are,
My question's
you are
been answered.
setting your uppermost limit tonight.
Oh,
You cannot exceed where this is.
okay,
You can lower it. So this is establishing the mill rate that we currently have on the books coming from previous year. We will not go higher than that.
okay, thank you. That's what I wanted to,
Well, unless someone proposes an amendment to the resolution you're looking at right now, I suppose, right?
Well, you can, yeah, what you set
Well, you know,
tonight is what it
you
is. So
vote.
what we have in the resolution written out is what the current mill rate is. If you want to provide flexibility to consider more through the budget process, you could set that at a higher number if you want to.
But you have to do it
You
now.
can always lower it back to this or lower it lower.
right, but that action would have to be taken tonight.
Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am.
Yeah.
Okay,
Hmm.
that's what I wanted to clarify. Thank
It's
you.
confusing to me. Okay. Commissioner Ramirez?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On the budget calendar, it says that August 26th is when we set the maximum mill levy. So is that being changed to tonight?
Yes, this is adjusting based on what we're learning and going through this changes in the state legislative stuff. This literally, it was working with the league last week, you know, that they put out this advisory to all our jurisdictions that that's how they interpreted the law.
Yeah.
And I think it was as recent as today or yesterday, Misty, when we were talking with additional officials up there about whether that maximum mill rate, we didn't get clarification on that until I think yesterday. That circumvented, this action circumvents the maximum mill rate type action that's part of the normal budget process.
Okay. It frustrating.
Yes, it
Not
is.
on staff, definitely not on staff at all. It's just, it's frustrating. The mayor and I, we had a conversation about this and how last year was really a sad and horrible year for local governments. You know, the state taking away local control, taking away how we do and control our own budget process and budget cycle and everything that we do. You know, we're all grown-ups, we're all adults, we know how to do our jobs. And so it's frustrating that the state is fast forwarding our budget process and not giving us much leeway to do what we need to do for our community. And so it's frustrating.
Mr.
Well, and
Mayor,
that's
I'd like
why-
to add- Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, that's why in moving forward tonight, at least gives us the flexibility to look at capturing the same, under the same mill rate, the value that comes about that from previous years. But it is frustrating to have that happen to us. I mean, they write legislation without really making all the rules clear. I mean, the fact that all the agencies in Kansas, the league, you're going through this and figuring it out right up to the last minute to advise us.
And I wanted to add to that point, actually, so as I've told you before, we have these monthly or every 2-month meetings with all of the other finance directors in the eastern part of Kansas and or northeastern Kansas. And not one of them reported that they're going to remain at the revenue neutral rate. They're all increasing now. So we're not the only city doing this.
Commissioner Kane?
Well, this isn't, tomorrow, you're going to see the biggest unemployment change they've had in 20 years. So what's happened is they finally went back and started reviewing the Senate bills, the House bills, what they really meant. The problem with that is they found out in short order, which puts us on a hot seat right now. So it's not just this thing that's happened with the Senate bill, it's unemployment and multiple other things that they got together and said, hey, I was going to name names, but better not. Some of the fine individuals up there in Topeka said this was the intent. Then they had to sit back down with the lawyers and say, here's how it went. And I know this for a fact because it's killing us. So staff didn't do anything wrong. Nobody did anything wrong, except maybe the people in Topeka that wrote it. That's a very polite way to say that.
Commissioner Bynum?
I'm sorry, I'm going to go over this one more time. So the resolution in front of us is that, number one, we're going to have a public hearing regarding our intention to exceed the revenue neutral rate. So we're setting that public hearing date. Number two, we are proposing a mill levy for the city of 38.47, a maximum mill levy. We're setting a maximum mill levy for the county of 39.327. And we're providing this resolution to our clerk as notice. Those are the sort of 4 items that are contained within this resolution. And did I hear us say that these 2 mill levies being proposed in this resolution as our maximum mill levies are slightly higher than last year's 2 city and county mill levies, or are they exactly the same?
They are the same.
Thank you.
All right. Yes, Commissioner?
So picking back off of Commissioner Bynum's, so the maximum mill levy is the current mill levy. Is
To
that what we're
adopt as
setting it
this
at?
Is written, that would be correct.
Unless it's changed, okay. Okay, thank you. I needed that clarification.
Commissioner Townsend?
Thank you, Mayor. So my question is, can staff refresh my recollection from last year as to what our maximum mill levy was? Because apparently we came down to this last year, if I'm correct. Because if I'm understanding this, we have no wiggle room. This is the maximum mill levy rate. That's what we're establishing, which is the current. So we are locking that in tonight. So out of curiosity, could staff refresh my recollection as to what our maximum was last year before we solidified it at this current 38.1?
Kathleen, do you have that in front of you? I think we adopted a maximum that was 2 mills over when we did the maximum mill rate last year.
Debbie knows that actually better.
Debbie on?
Yes, we adopted it at a maximum. Let's see, our maximum was 40.398 when we published last year.
For the
the
city.
2021 budget.
Debbie, would you say that again a little bit louder? You're hard to hear.
We published the mill levy, the maximum mill levy, 2 mills above the levy that was approved.
For the city and for the county.
For the city, I believe the county stayed the same.
Okay.
It was only the city that we increased.
And that's just for the maximum mill rate, but we adopted what's this rate.
Right. I just couldn't hear the first part of what that was. What was the number
2
again?
mills over what is on the sheet of paper.
The mill that we published was for the city was 40.398.
Okay, thank you.
Any more discussion? All right, seeing none, entertain a motion.
Bynum second.
And we have a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Roll call. Townsend.
Aye.
McKiernan. Aye. Ramirez.
Aye.
Johnson.
Aye.
Kane.
Aye.
Markley.
Aye.
Walters.
Aye.
Philbrook.
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
Vote is 9-0. That motion carries.
Thank you. That concludes our special meeting for the evening. This meeting is adjourned. We'll now move into special session. Again, I want to announce that due to COVID-19, we have individuals attending remotely. All participants joining by phone should mute their phones when not speaking to avoid background noise. During the meeting, please make sure that you announce yourself by name and title every time you speak so the public that is participating knows who is speaking. This is critical given the number of remote participants and its current guidance from the Kansas Attorney General. Ask the clerk to announce the meeting and call the roll, please.
Good evening. You are hereby notified that I've called a special session of the Unified Government of Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas, to be held Thursday, July 15th, 2021, immediately following the 5 p.m. special meeting in the 5th floor conference room, 701 North 7th Street, Kansas City, Kansas, for a budget workshop. Immediately following will be an executive session regarding litigation and labor. Roll call. Townsend,
Here.
McKiernan,
Here.
Ramirez,
Here.
Johnson,
Here.
Kane,
Here.
Markley,
Here.
Walters,
Here.
Philbrook,
Here.
Bynum,
Here.
Burrows, Mayor Alby.
Here. All right. This is again special session for budget. And now turn over to Mr. Bach to introduce staff.
Thank you, Mayor. In our last special session, we had concluded prior to being able to move forward with a presentation we'd put together on recruitment, hiring, and retention of employees. That'll be our first item tonight, so we will jump right into it. This is an area that I would say is utmost important for us today. As we're looking at this, the difficulty we're having in hiring people, the high number of people that we are seeing that are being attracted to go to other jobs is real, and it's really impacting our work. So we want to walk through this and just kind of detail it out in a little bit better fashion. We'll also share with you the specific results of our employee survey as we go through this, and so you can hear some of those comments that came from staff. So as we look at this, we really are looking at a position where we're weathering the time of going through the belt and tightening that we did through the pandemic, where we really had to hold back on where we were with staff. So we had reduced some of our levels at that point. But now we're at the point where we must invest in our staff. You see here, we're facing a lot of challenges in hiring. It's leaving vacancies and jobs in key areas, making it difficult to fulfill the expectations that the commission has with us to do our duties. And then bottom line, it's a service reduction for us to get done, even though we're looking to fund this and move forward. We'll start with the recruitment and hiring aspect of this. It's a great picture of staff. As you start to look at the indicators that are out there, everything indicates that we're starting to approach the normal, coming back to it. But we are really feeling the changes from this in our workforce availability as to what can actually happen, what can be done. The unemployment rate suggests that candidates should be looking for work, but the reality is we're not seeing that. We still have high numbers of positions posted all the time. I'm going to turn this over to Shakiva Christensen in our Human Resources Department to walk through a little bit of our statement or where we are with recruitment today. Shakiva?
Thank you, guys. As Doug mentioned, our unemployment rate right now is 5.7%. Thank you. So we do have a labor market or an unemployed population that is available for work, but it's still either the applicants aren't applying for our positions or some of the applicants that do apply may not meet the minimum qualifications. What you see depicted on the screen is a 5-year trend analysis of our employee counts. You can see that it kind of varies from time to time, but if I can note a trend that in the beginning of the year, we typically have a higher employee count. It kind of goes down in the spring, in the summer, back up in the fall, and then again lower in the end of the year. But one thing I do want to note is that light blue line for 2021 indicates that we are at our lowest employee count in at least the last 5 years. We have approximately 2,200 employees. Right now, our last count as of payroll 12 was 2,050 employees. So we do have a high vacancy rate at this time. Currently, we have about 191 job vacancies. So that's about operating at a potentially or approximately 90% capacity for the unified government. Noting that there are some departments that have a higher vacancy rate than others. Some of our problem areas include the appraiser's office, police dispatch, sheriff's department, and motor vehicle are some of the areas with the highest vacancy rates right now. I'd also like to note that this is one of our heaviest recruitment periods. We have approximately 70 positions open and posted right now, and typically our highest recruitment weeks are about 20 to 25 openings at the time. Departments are asking for extensions right now. I think that's because we don't have the number of applicants. They're asking for extensions to their positions being posted. And then another barrier, I think one of the things that I do want to bring out is the residency requirement. That's one of the areas that we do struggle with in terms of obtaining applicants. I should note we do compete with not only the private sector or the public sector, but also the private sector. And most organizations do not have that residency requirement whereby they're required to uproot their families potentially or children in their schools. So some of the main challenges are we have competitive salaries are an issue for us, our evolving workforce, union and contract and existing obligations, as well as capacity to perform. Right now, like I mentioned, competitive salary. We're losing people in Johnson County. We're also losing them to the Board of Public Utilities as well as other agencies. As an example, we've had some appraisers that were recently trained up and had been here for several years, and we paid for their certifications. And then not longer after that, they went to Johnson County. So we're seeing a trend where we are basically functioning as the training ground for other organizations and companies. We had a compensation study conducted in 2015. That was the last formal compensation study that we conducted. At that time, we did have some misalignment in certain areas with certain positions. We had about 14 benchmark positions. Some of the areas where we were misaligned were our directors, engineering specialists, and real estate appraisers. We have not been able to make any major adjustments to our grids for non-union or union positions, thereby kind of compounding the issue of being behind the market. Other challenges is our evolving workplace. By 2025, millennials will comprise about 75% of our workforce. Other employers are offering things such as flexibility in their work schedules, part-times, remote work from home options, and a lot of work-life balance options that they may have. And traditionally, as a government, we haven't offered that. With COVID, we did embark upon some differing approaches of how to get work done from working from home. So we are looking at those items, but those are some things that we need to look at to help recruit top talent. And so employees are just looking for something other than good salary and benefits. I guess I'll turn it back to you, Doug, for the other challenges.
Thank you, Shakiva. Shakiva noted, it's a lot of challenges with this workforce coming in to hire to it. I would argue that during the times when we are fully staffed, we're still operating at a very lean capacity. That's one of those areas that, I think we're still back on this. Sorry, jumped ahead of myself a little bit. But the other things that we're looking at is, varying things through our union contracts. These terms and conditions are challenging to just apply everything equally across all different areas. because there are different things that we need to do within each one to address where we are. Some of those are immediate. Some of them are ones that could take over time. Our liability with our retirement obligations continues to grow. That just extends out there of how we factor that into what we have to put in place each year, and being competitive across all different areas. The next slide, as I noted, our lean operation across the unified government makes it difficult for us to meet the request of staff or request of the commission. Street maintenance, mowing crews, those are very basic ones. We've had some of those advertised since this spring, and nobody applies for them. I mean, I'm even stressing to the fact that it's not that we get some people and go, well, we don't really like this person to come in. We will get no applicants for a lot of positions that'll be posted for months. So I think that just further underlines where people are in looking or not looking for work. In Parks and Recreation, that's an area that's hitting a lot of demand ever since last year when we went through COVID and put the emphasis on that. But it's been a struggle for us to get it there. That's an area where we hire part-time maintenance people through the summer. Those positions all sit vacant today. Now I'd like to turn this over to Ashley Hand, and I'm going to have her walk through our organizational health survey and give you some reactions that we received from our own staff as we reached out and asked them how we thought things were going. Ashley?
Thank you. Good evening. As Doug mentioned, late last year, the organization held a survey of employees, both paper-based and virtual, to collect input from our employee base on how they are perceiving their employment here. And it was used as an opportunity to kind of look not only at how we're performing, but to compare us to other benchmarks across both public and private sector employers across the country. Now, I think it's really important to note that this was the first time we had held this survey in about a decade, so perhaps a little bit overdue. And so we recognize how important it is to kind of understand and test and ask our community of employees what they're thinking about us as an employer, and certainly hope to set this as a benchmark, as a place to start from moving forward, to continue to measure how our employees are kind of evaluating us. But I think it's really it was a very good experience. This was a free survey that was provided by ETC, which is our service provider for the community survey. And so it was an opportunity to leverage their existing template and then add a few more questions in, which we will cover for you this evening. So I think the first kind of out of the gate, I think the good news isn't that bad. I think it's nice to hear that about 2/3 of our survey respondents said that they would highly recommend or likely recommend the unified government as an employer. But we know in the age of social media that the bad reviews can make a big impact. So how do we work to improve this score? There are examples and certainly best practices even within our own organization of leveraging our employees as our own recruiters. In the case of KCKPD, we do have a referral program where there's a small incentive provided to people who bring someone new into the organization. And so recognizing the value of our own employees as our best recruiters, it's really important for us to not only create an environment where we want people to come in every day, but also to create an environment where there's high job satisfaction so they can help bring new employees to fill those 191 positions that are currently open. So when we think about the effort to recruit, the HR department has done an awful lot of very creative thinking to try to get out into the community, to build partnerships and foster relationships with local organizations, to build pipelines and explore career opportunities with youth and people in transition in their own careers. We've engaged in job fairs, educated through outreach tools. There's a postcard that has been developed for the Human Resources Department to send out that we're trying to kind of raise awareness about us as a potential employer. And I think, as we kind of continue to push this information out, we have to reflect on the fact that if we are not offering the right suite of incentives and or salaries for people to come and work with us, if we create too many barriers to entry, such as the residency requirement and other issues that continue to come up in these surveys, we're just not going to be able to recruit. So no matter how much work HR does, they just can't change the nature of people not wanting to work here. So when we look at the next issue, which is, of course, once we have you, how do we keep you? We have to really understand that we have happy, productive employees. And so there's a great insights that we've gotten from, sorry, Bridget, but this was such a good picture. We couldn't resist. But we really wanted to look at how we are doing in terms of staff turnover. And, you know, this is kind of showing a trend over time in terms of what happens when people leave or transfer out of their role. In 2020, a lot of people just held. There was a lot of uncertainty, a lot of discomfort with all the things that were going on in the world. People did not change their jobs. However, market indicators suggest that once the pandemic subsides, about 25% at least of the population is likely to look for a new job. So that is a considerable wave on top of the other externalities that we're facing as an employer. And then, of course, is the so-called silver tsunami. We have huge impacts when it comes to people who are eligible to retire in the next 10 years. And the finance department was able to provide their calculation of about 562 employees that are eligible to retire within the next 10 years. But not everybody is retiring when they are eligible. People are holding on longer because of healthcare and other benefits. So there are some people that are changing, but we still have to recognize that it's more than $23 million of liability if these employees that we kind of anticipate to retire in the next few years will retire. So that is a considerable impact on top of the other external costs that we have to bear. So succession planning and the loss of knowledge that we have to anticipate with these retirements comes at great cost to our organization. So not only do we have to plan for that, but we have to anticipate that there's going to be a lot of work on our part to bring new people into the organization, train them up to continue the level of service that we want and to provide to our community. And so when it comes to overall job satisfaction, generally people are happy. That's great news for us. And I think it's important for us to remember that not everything is horrible news here, that there are people who are quite satisfied with their job, but we need to move that 20% that said they were neutral to satisfied. We need to move more people from dissatisfied into neutral and maybe even higher. But those satisfied folks and the people that are neutral, we need to keep pushing the bar to move them because they will stay with us longer if they are happier. And then, so the survey helped us identify some of our strengths as an employer. And I think there's some really good news in here. People feel safe at work. They feel valued. They feel like they're being treated with respect. And the healthcare plan is meeting the needs of our community. Now, the interesting thing is later on, you'll see that healthcare benefits were actually one of their levels of dissatisfaction. So there's obviously a gap in terms of either the perception of availability of benefits and really needing to kind of close that gap or making sure that we're really right-sizing the suite of services and packages that we offer to our employees that really meet their needs. In the area of where we need to improve, we want to set professional development, job recognition and appreciation, compensation, employee motivation, and dealing with job performance were all core issues that were addressed. And we'll talk about a little bit later some of the things that we're doing to address this already, but this is something that has given us kind of things to look at in terms of opportunities for improvement in the near term. And when it comes to how can we increase your job satisfaction, so moving those people from satisfied to very satisfied or neutral into satisfied, these are some of the things that people identified. They want to know more about where there are opportunities for advancement within their own organization. How can I do better? How can I continue to learn in my position? How can I make sure that others around me are going to be treated fairly, but also job performance will matter and that will make an impact in terms of how I advance within the organization. And of course, compensation is the number one issue. Not much of a surprise. And as we compare it to US local government, we're actually not as bad as other US local government, but I think it's really important to note that that is the key issue for many. And then I'll turn it back to you, Doug.
Thank you, Ashley. You know, as you look at this slide, key point here is, as Ashley just said, the investment in our staff can improve overall job satisfaction. can also improve the ability to retain and bring people on. A few of the stats on here, this $4.1 million that we can look at the budget, to say that's a 3% cost of living for our law enforcement and 2% for other. I would contend that's not enough. We have to, we can come up with some basic COLA numbers. We have to put other incentives into our programs in order to keep our people here. And then just noting that for every 1% for cost of living, that's $1.7 million. It's big numbers for us across our organization, especially when you start to multiply it out and go and do more. Some fixed things we do, we fund up our health insurance increases. That's not providing a different set of health insurance. That's just $2.3 million to keep providing health insurance as we have it today. We have a very low amount of money that goes towards travel and training portion of our labor budget, the 3.3%. That's one of the things we heard from our employees. They'd like to see more training put into it. That's an investment we have to make. Those are kind of self-satisfying things that you can do to make your employees feel better about their job. And I can tell you, there's a number of times when I've been around and talked to people and they'll see something. They may have a new piece of equipment. They want to be good and proficient in working on that. They want the training as soon as it comes in to understand how to do it. They don't want to be running from one thing to the next because they haven't had the time to really figure it out. So these are key things, and it's twofold. It's the training and then having enough people to do the job. This area, I think, underlines for us what we're looking at in comparisons, and quite frankly, this may not even be enough to compare it. When I look at the surrounding jurisdictions and what they've done over the past several years in terms of compensation, they've continued to give 3 to 5%. During that same time frame, we gave 2, 2, 0. So it just exemplifies on the conservative side of that. An employee we're competing against, we moved ours to 36,000. Somebody else moved them to 40. We have a wealthy jurisdiction to the south of us. That's just part of it. But the reality is that's who we compete against. Not just in the jurisdictions that are there from the county, but they have many cities. And then what we have in the whole private sector in the metropolitan area. So over the past several years, we've fallen woefully behind in trying to keep up. And now we're at a position, and as we're coming out of this pandemic and people are starting to look, our salaries are not ones that are attracting them and making it difficult for us to retain. Some, as I noted, other things, competitive benefits, and I think we do have a good benefit package that's there. But some additional things we're looking at is paid family leave. This is an area that KCMO is now offering. That's an additional thing that they do for their employees. So that's an attraction, particularly for younger people coming into the workforce. Tuition reimbursement. We offer some to our public safety areas, but not for our other employees. And that's an area, it's good to back on the training side to help them advance and then become future leaders in our organization, but just to show more ownership in their future career. A 457 plan for contribution. Many other areas do this, very active in the private sector, but many other public sector agencies are doing this as well. And I think that shows that you're looking at them toward their future, toward their retirement option. And of course, as we look at it, rewarding, looking at those people that are high performers, but we struggle to get people even to midpoint, within our program. And then when you have really high performers that do a lot of work, it's moving them on beyond that. Thinking investing in our people today, that offering that on-the-job training for new hires or entry-level positions or some different things we can do. We've got the new training out there for diversity, equity, inclusion throughout the organization. I think more supervisory and leadership training for our employees to see how they can do. This is a great picture of one of the new training programs that we've done that Ms. Han is putting on. It's our Strategic Communications Fellowship. when this went out, there was a large number of employees that said they'd like to partake in this. And I think that just underlines, they were giving no special benefits or anything to this. And I think all these people know whatever work they didn't get done on the day they spend working on this a month, it's going to be waiting for them on Monday morning when they come back there. So they've just added to their workload in order to help improve themselves as part of our workforce. But we couldn't say yes to all of them because we could only do so many in the class. And we feel really good about this program, and there's more we can do. Some of the other comments that came across from the survey, a lot of good ideas, that were out there. And I think these are just things you can take note of. We did go through this survey. I think I noted that to you back we did with our employees. We had several hundred employees that signed on that day to listen to the feedback that came in for the survey in one of our all employee meetings. And these are just some of the side comments that came about through that. And there's a lot of great ideas in there. So in summary, I think this is one of those things where we have to focus on where we are, and we need to provide a lot of training opportunities, and we got to catch up with the market. And that means that's some aggressive movement we have to do. And that's where we are today. So in closing that, and we'll entertain any question you have, but I think we all recognize the future of where we are begins with our workforce and the people we have in our community. And we will answer any questions that you may have regarding this presentation or thoughts or ideas you have. Mayor?
Commissioner Bynum?
Thanks. A couple of thoughts. The notion of a 457 plan would be in addition to what we currently do with capers, which if you could explain, I'm going to guess that since we have a $200 million pension liability, that we're making a capers contribution like the employee is and we are.
Right.
And that's what funds one's retirement. And your one suggestion is, in addition to that, a 457?
Yeah.
Okay.
And just to be clear, we have a 457 program today that's available for our employees to invest in on their own.
I see.
457, and for anyone that don't know, I mean, there's 401k is typically what people hear, private sector. 457 is a plan that's designed for public sector employees. So it's there for employees to invest in. The comparison to CAPERS, the Kansas Public Employees Retirement Program, is set out, and it has changed immensely from the day that I signed on, and the value as a pension and a defined benefit going forward to where it is today, where it's more of an investment fund. The day I retire, I'm going to know what my payment will be for the rest of my life. Employees that are coming on now and since 2014 don't have that same assurance. It's an amount of money based on how much money they're making over time. So what was once a very attractive thing for public employees to look to our sector and say, yeah, I want to go to work for local government, state government, because I know where that goes for the future, that doesn't exist the same way. And so we look at the 457 plan as an employer, I think it's a push to help our employees for their future. If they put 1% in, we put 1% in. It's just look at it from a matching perspective up to a certain amount. Now, effectively, that's a raise. If we do something like that, and it can be there in different categories, but it is a raise that goes toward their retirement. And that would be the difference. And it's an attractive thing. I've been surprised in talking to how many young people that will ask that question or recognize that, because I see many times you think people don't think about where they are, but if they get into a job market somewhere and they see that there is a matching fund to it, and then you don't have it, you're missing one of the areas.
Commissioner Johnson?
Thank you, Mayor. I have to turn on my camera and my microphone here. I have two questions. Doug, Shakiva, do you have any recommendations that you have for us this evening relative to the issue that we face with regard to our staffing issues. Are there any recommendations or thoughts at this particular time, or do you just want to hear from us?
Well, there are a few different areas that we are focusing more on. I mean, increase in pay is one thing, and some hiring bonuses for some unique areas that are very difficult. You've heard that out there. You see it in the service industry is really doing it big now, that from people coming to work in restaurants or bars or whatever, and they're saying you get $1,000 hiring bonus. Those are some similar things that we feel like we need to do in a few areas. And those can have some immediate impact. Hopefully it would have an immediate impact on staff, but it's also an immediate impact on operations and our cost. So we're kicking around a few of those areas, but we certainly would be open to additional ideas.
Will you all be coming back to us at any time with any recommendations that we would need to approve or not approve?
I think if we were to, I guess I'm looking at it from a perspective of commission understanding of where we're at today, and that there be recognition as we build our budget going forward that we allocate money to this. I think there is the share of money that can go into our budget from our COLA perspective, which is nice, but then we need other things, maybe it's something toward merit, be it toward special programs, be it toward training things. So it's employee-driven money that we can go and put into programs, and then we can come back and introduce those. And as I noted, I don't think it's the same in every area. I mean, and that's the hard part of even catching the numbers that Shakiva went through those to talk about where we are in vacancies. We have some areas that are fully staffed. We have other areas where we are 30% down. Those are areas I have to take a different type of action on to bring people in right now. So it's, I don't need the same type of bonus going in. But I mean, I literally just had one yesterday where a department head told me that they had an employee, similar job, $5 more an hour to move somewhere else.
Well, that leads to a lot of questions, but I have other commissioners behind me. I'm going to ask another question that I know it's election season, and this is not a political question for me because I'm not running for office. But this time, the person that's watching this is a public meeting. They're going to say, and I've seen them say, well, you all are just top heavy. And they would probably say that to every municipality around the area, maybe across the country. I know how I would address it because I know the reality of that. But rather than me addressing that, I would prefer to hear your comments and your feedback to someone that would say, from Joe Public, that would say we're top heavy, because that's what's going to be said out in the community towards us. And I've already seen it happen before.
Okay. I'll probably start from the perspective of one of the things that happened last year during the pandemic is there was some thinning of where we were from an operational perspective. You all are very aware of that as we went through that. As Shakiva reported the numbers, we are down in the organization over a couple hundred employees. She noted we are, what'd you say, Shakiva, 75 positions that are posted. I'm not trying to hire 225. These are focused areas based on the priorities of where the commission has been. These are positions in public works, positions in parks and recreation, positions directed toward our communication efforts. They are ones that are very focused to make a difference, make an impact on our strategy. That would be my primary way of answering that. I'm not sure when you go to just top heavy, I guess someone could argue where we're at from a management perspective versus other employees in the organization.
They would say that, our managers are are making, if the managers weren't making so much, maybe we had more money to spend at the lower end towards other employees. I think, and I'll have a comment afterwards, but go ahead.
Well, the disparity in my manager's pay versus other jurisdictions is off by numbers of 30 to 50%. It's staggering when I look at what a person can make and what they get when they are hired away from our organization.
So
And
even, yeah.
many times for less responsibility than what they have here. I will say I feel very good about the hires that I've been able to make at my department head levels since I've come in as a county administrator. But I also say I hired a lot of people in as kind of rookie contracts. You know, they seem to be very talented individuals to be able to bring in. Well, I've now been in my seat for a few years. That's why a number of these people are now approaching that 4 and 5 year mark. They become very marketable from that perspective, and they're still being paid at those numbers. Whereas if I compare them to other jurisdictions, those numbers are up 30, 40 grand. They can walk out the door and make. So I've got to do more to incent them just as much. Yeah. Unfortunately, they know that.
I think
everyone else can look our salaries up. They can look up salaries in those other areas.
And I think that's important for people to understand that are watching. This is something that is a challenge from the very top of the organization all the way down.
Absolutely.
This is not something where if you just cut here, you can just put it here. If you cut at the top, we're still going to lack good leaders that are leading our departments. And then comparatively, they could, as you said, potentially go out and make more money somewhere else. And so this is a challenge from the very top of the organization. I want those persons that are watching to understand that this is not something that we're just covering up as a commission, that, you know, we want to just feed the ones at the top and everyone else just gets what's left over. We have a challenge right now that's before us from the very top of the organization all the way down. So with that, I will relinquish the floor.
Thank you.
Commissioner Kane.
Well, I'm a firm believer that you should grow within. That's how I was when I worked at General Motors, that you work your way up the ladder. And when you get there, and yeah, you made some good hires and then you've made some different hires. But if you're an employee and you're told you go get a degree and you'll get promoted and you go get this degree and you didn't get promoted, it's disheartening. And then if you're at that third level, trying to get to the second or the first level, and they bring somebody in over the top of you, you're disheartened. And that's what I hear. And employees get upset. You know, I wouldn't appreciate if they brought somebody over the top of my head. Neither would you. And there is a big difference on at the bottom of the tree, how much is in on the top of the tree. And there were some significant raises made to the top, and I think there should have been the same raises at the bottom. I think all employees should get a raise, but I think it should be the same. And I get frustrated with that. But, you know, I was talking to Chief Oakman earlier tonight, and he's going into the schools. And he's going to start out with the freshmen and the sophomores. And we're going to use our resource officers that are in those schools to help guide the kids that aren't going to go to college. We need to do that in all levels. You know, I do the career jumping at the schools. So one time I'm a construction worker and the next time I'm a commissioner. I've never seen us at those things. I don't know why we wouldn't go. If we get these kids, it's freshmen and sophomores, and said, hey, you want to be a sheriff, police, fire, or whatever, or you want to be a public works employee, because not every one of these kids is geared to go to college, and they don't need a college degree to work here in most places. So we need to tap our kids. And we need somebody to go to these schools. I told the chief I'd go with him. You know, because anybody wants to be a construction worker, come on. Get a craft, make $80,000, $90,000 a year with $60,000 a year retirement. But we have the talent here and we need to go look at it instead of looking outside the community.
Commissioner Ramirez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to piggyback off of just what Commissioner Kane was saying about going into our schools. You have Cerner, KU, all these big organizations being aggressive, going into schools, trying to recruit employees. We should be doing the same. We're not Cerner, we're not KU, but we should act like them. We should be aggressive in trying to get our community members to come work for us. We're just as great as an organization, just as Cerner and KU. And I think if we do that, if we're out in the public, going to schools, going to different school programs, or asking the principal if we can have certain departments once a month, a department, or every 2 weeks, a different department goes to a school and has a pop-up table and talks to seniors. Because not every senior is going to go to college. They're going to go to a vocational school, or they're going to go and help out a family business. And those ones who don't have college, as much as we try to get them to go to college, they may not want to. That's not the path that they want. We need to help provide, we can provide them another path here for at the unified government. And so I think getting into the schools is very important. And so thank you, Commissioner Kane, for bringing that up. And also a thing that the next topic that we're going to be talking about are ARPA money. Commissioner Bynum was the last time to mention it, the first one to mention it. We need to reward our human capital. They're important to our organization. And so when we go through this mini budget process of the ARPA money, let's remind ourselves of that. Not only do we have infrastructure issues, but we have human capital issues that we need to take care of as well. And what can we use this once in a lifetime amount of money? How can we create a better culture here at the unified government? How can we better retain our employees, but also gain new employees? So I just think just having us have that in our mind once we get to the next topic that is on our agenda. Thank you.
Mayor, can I ask Shakiva to answer the question on some of our recruitment activities now locally? Shakiva?
Shakiva Christian, Human Resources Manager. I did want to talk about some of our recruiting efforts. We do go into the schools. We do have participated in the career jumping events with USD 500. We also have information that we share frequently. I will say that HR does have limited capacity, so we may not always go out as frequently maybe as some employers may, but we do make those efforts. And Michelle Esquina is our recruiter that can talk more specifically about the recruiting events that she participates in on a regular basis.
Good evening, Michelle Esquina, Human Resources. As Shakiva mentioned, we do go into the schools for the career jumping events or just career fairs that they may hold. The pandemic slowed that down for us, so we haven't been able to do that last school year and then this school year. But when we do go, I ask representatives from other departments to come with me. So, you know, there's actually those people that the kids can talk to and relate to. And then just other career fairs that go on in the community. We try to attend those as much as we can. Most of those have a very expensive price to get into, so that will limit us. But for a good part, you know, we do attend the local ones that we are able to, that do go on from year to year. And we plan to get back into the schools this next school year.
So thank you, Michelle. We will continue to, recruit as much as we can. and take any ideas and information as we continue to be creative in attracting new talent and working within our community and our schools to do that.
Thank you. Commissioner Markley?
Thank you, Mayor. Definitely, I think salary is a continuing consideration. I wanted that salary study from the beginning. Now it's years old, but I still think we need to figure out how to align our salaries as best as possible with our competitors, and that's obviously important to retain employees. I love the idea of doing recruitment bonuses. We do that at my normal job. It really compels people to go out and find people that they think are good, because nobody wants to work with a schmuck, right? So when they go out and recruit somebody to get their recruitment bonus, they're going to find somebody who's going to do a good job because that's who they want to have work with them. And then they're just even more invested in the unified government when they've brought their friends on to work here with them or coworkers that they enjoy spending time with. So would definitely support some consideration of that. I think that's salary increases can be super expensive. Those bonuses can be maybe not as expensive because they only go to people who earn them by recruiting folks. So that's an option I think that can kind of fill in the interim and sort of bolster our recruitment efforts. And it just really challenges people to go out to their network. And we've seen a lot of success with it. So all on board with that idea of doing some kind of recruitment bonus for the employee who brings on somebody who stays for a certain amount of time. You have to tie that in there, who stays for a certain amount of time here at the unified government. So I would just express support for that and for continuing to consider how to, it can't happen overnight. We don't have the money to make everybody's salary what it should be overnight. But my goal when we initially got that salary study was for us to see where we needed to be and to make a plan to get there. The plan to get there didn't really maybe happen as much as I would have hoped, but I think we still need to make the plan to get there and say, okay, well, we need the salary for this position to be over here. We can't do it all in 1 year. How can we budget for it year over year to get the salary where it needs to be? We need to make a long-term plan for that.
Commissioner Philbrook?
Well, so I've been fortunate enough to be involved with the workforce partnership since 2013. And it's my fault that my commissioners don't know as much as what's going on in the workforce area, because I will tell you that the Kansas City, Kansas Community College, along with the district schools and workforce partnership, along with Wyandotte Economic Development, have been working on pipelines for people to get better education along these pipelines to get certifications. I would say maybe what lacks, and don't take this personally, UG, is maybe us getting our types of jobs we need filled into that list so we can create those pipelines through the schools and help get folks into the UG. I don't know that we have done that, and I haven't heard that we have, but I would encourage us to do that. That way, the district schools and the community college can help us recruit these folks because they will be getting trained to do these kinds of jobs. And so it'll make it a lot easier for them to get in. So I want to thank everybody, Commissioner Kane, Commissioner Ramirez, our folks that work for the UG for mentioning all these things that they've mentioned, because that's all true, everything. And we do not tell everybody all the wonderful work we do, okay, in this community. And so I'll take responsibility for our fellow commissioners not knowing, about this stuff. So, guys, you need to call on me or on the group that's working with this stuff to come before the commission, probably quarterly, to let you know, give you half an hour to let you know what's going on in these processes. Thank you.
Yes, and to Commissioner Philbrook's point, Wyandotte Economic Development Council just opened up what is called the WICO Works portal. And no matter where you live in Kansas City, Kansas, you enter the portal, you enter your address, it will bring up a listing of types of jobs, categories of jobs that are available. And then you can hit that link and go to that particular site. So it's available. But when you go to that portal, I entered in my address and there's a wide range of jobs that are available. I've talked to many people at the Chamber of Commerce, Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, who the members are constantly saying, we cannot find workers. It's a common problem across the economy that great paying jobs with great benefits are going unfilled. I spoke with the Rear Admiral last week, trying to recruit for the Navy for Fleet Week through Kansas City. He says the Midwest is the best place for them to recruit because of the kinds of kids that come out of here, but they have so few people who apply who qualify for different reasons. So it's a common problem. We're competing, and I think the residency requirement does constrict our available pool. So I think we have to look at that as well. We've got to be competitive. The problem we continue here is from our constituents is my taxes are too high and they need to be lower, which I get, I agree. But at the same time, if we don't have people and we don't provide services, then it's just the quality of life just continues to decline. And we have to take that challenge on and really bring our electorate into the conversation about that fundamental challenge. Good government requires good services. Good services require revenues. Commissioner Ramirez. Okay, Commissioner Townsend, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Ramirez. Thank you, Mayor. I wish we had had this presentation before we voted on the resolution. Because I'm sitting up here literally feeling sick to my stomach, thinking now that we know we've just set the max for this budget. So I don't see a solution there with addition unless there's some subtraction, substitution going on. And as the mayor just said, we're kind of thin on a lot of ways already. I'm glad Commissioner Johnson raised the top-heavy question, the Dolly Parton question, so that could be dispelled because—
Thank you for that image.
Trying to connect with people. Because I see it from the bottom end, and this is where our constituents see or don't see what they want. I looked at that jobs listing about 3 weeks ago, trying to get kids for lifeguards in there. And I also saw how many vacancies we had with Parks and Rec, maintenance, public works. Those are the potholes that don't get filled. Those are the weeds that don't get whacked, even though at least since 13 or 14's budget, and I'm looking at Commissioner Kane again because he was very supportive of this when I said we need to take better care of our parks, get some kids during the summer to weed whack, mow our lawns. These are the things that go lacking that people see, and these are not the top salary jobs. So there needs to be some money, I think, put, because for all of the recruitment we can do, what I'm hearing from the administrator, and it makes sense, is people are not being attracted to our jobs. And what I've heard from personnel, Ms. Christian's presentation, is that we are in competition with other municipalities who are paying more. And so I will be looking to hear suggestions. I know that it all goes back to money, about what we can do to make that part of it, whether it's additions to, what is it, the 547, I'm thinking about federal, which does put in money matching funds. So that is attractive long-term gains, increase in the hourly wage rate for our employers, more training that does make people feel more valued, but it makes them more efficient. And that means better service to constituents. So I'm just looking for it. I just have to say I was just sick, after this, but money isn't the only thing, but I think it's a big thing in helping to attract the people that you talk to in terms of recruitment. Because with the internet, people can see what's going on all over the world. It's not as big as it used to be because of technology now. So, and I just want to say thank you to all of our employees who are here and working with limited resources quite often, but they're still here. One question I'd just like to know, if someone knows, we have the residency requirement here. Do we know what that looks like in a lot of the Johnson County municipalities that we've lost people to?
Commissioner, we have looked into that to see or you're talking about whether they have residency requirements?
Correct.
In Johnson County communities, they appear to be mostly limited. I think, Misty, you looked at some of these recently. They're there for managers at that level and such. Do you want to comment on some of the things you looked at recently?
Sure, Doug. This is Misty Brown, Chief Counsel for the UG. Commissioner, I did look at it. Mostly in Johnson County, there is not a residency requirement. In fact, throughout the nation, there are not a lot of them. There are there. But just strictly around us, the ones I saw there was one in Lenexa for upper level management. And that's the only one that I found.
Thank you. That's an eye opener. So it's not all money, but that's a big one. Thank you.
Commissioner Philbrook?
I got so wound up on the workforce stuff that I forgot to mention something that I just wanted to bring a correlation to. And this is about workforce. And thank you, Commissioner Townsend, for bringing the correlation. I'm just going to take a little bit further because you mentioned Public Works. And I'm going to talk about Parks and Rec as well, because I know we're way down on employees in that section. And those are the folks that do the mowing along the streets as well as the parks. And so there's a lot of people that get upset because we don't have the mowing as nicely as it used to be. And it's a couple of reasons. One, because we changed our policy, but not only that, we also don't have the power, the people to keep up with all of that. And so, shame on us in some ways. Sometimes we try to make things better and don't make it better. But on the other hand, it may have looked just as lovely if we had the employees that could do the work. So I just want people to understand that we, all of us here and our UG folks, are trying to make sure that we do the best job we can for the money that we collect. But sometimes you can't get employees even, and that's partially because of our salary schedule and a lot of other things. So I just wanted to emphasize that and our potholes and all these other things that everybody's wanting done. We all want a lot of things done, but we got to pay for them, and we have to have the people to do them. Thanks.
Commissioner Ramirez?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Everything that we do we have short-term goals and long-term goals. And I think a long-term goal that we as an organization should focus on is, because I know we have it in the administration, is an internship program, bolstering that for our college kids, but also maybe creating a job shadowing program for our high school freshmen and sophomores to try and pique their interest into public service. They think public service is us sitting at the table board of commissioners, but working for your local government, that's public service. Being part of public works, being part of Parks and Rec, stormwater, wastewater, that's public service. You're helping your community. And so maybe creating a shadow program for kids to come a day or two to shadow staff and see what they do and try to pique that interest that way. Because it's a twofold. One, it may pique their interest. They go into the engineering office, They may want to become an engineer, and then they go through college, and then we have an opportunity to bring that student back into our organization. And so I think that's a good long-term goal for us to look at, is again, bolstering the internship program that we have, not just within the administration office, but within other departments of the UG as well, offering different internships. And then again, the job shadowing for our freshmen, sophomore, juniors who are in high school, who are trying to think of what they want to do in life. And again, helping them pique that interest of public service.
Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. Commissioner Harold Johnson, District 4. I never say that. The issue that we talked about just a little bit earlier with regard to residency requirement. Misty, I think from what I understood you to say, we are one of the few municipalities throughout the country that have a residency requirement. Is that what I understood?
Yes, Commissioner, I don't want to say that there's not a fair amount out there, but it's not the norm for it.
Yeah.
And there are places that it's not in policy that you move here, but it's expected, for upper level management. But definitely in the metro area, Kansas City, Missouri, us, and Lenexa for their managers are the ones that I've found. And then maybe some unspoken ideas that certain folks would move in during a certain time period.
Ms. Brown, you might want to pull your microphone a little bit closer.
So that is to say that every other city, county in the region does not have a residency requirement outside of the ones that you've identified that do have a residency requirement.
Well, I would say Kansas City, Missouri has one, Lenexa, us, I believe Topeka has one. But for the metro area, it would be us, Kansas City, Missouri, and Lenexa for management.
So that's just a few. I mean, what I'm trying to get at is that the majority of the cities and counties around the area do not have a residency requirement. I am one that want to have a residency requirement, but I think we're getting squeezed. And I think that we as a commission are going to have to continue to wrestle with this. And certainly maybe not this cycle, but within the next 3 years, 5 years, I think we're going to have to take a real hard look at whether or not we're going to continue to require a residency requirement. And again, I say this as one who personally wants to keep a residency requirement. I want as many of Wyandotte County citizens to have the good jobs that we have in Wyandotte County, including the ones at the UG. But I think it's an issue that we're going to feel the pinch on, that we may be feeling the pinch on right now. Which brings me to a question. Are
probably people in the market. And the revenues came in better than anticipated. A key point to remember, though, is on a year-over-year basis, we were a little bit negative anyway, so we were not in a really good cash position at that point. But we were much better because we had achieved the goal of moving ourselves up to getting from, I mean, it wasn't that many years ago when our fund balance was down there at $1 million, or at least we were projecting numbers like that on the city fund versus getting up to 20 million. So we put ourselves in a much better situation now. You know, Kathleen spends a lot of time going through and doing projections as to what we're seeing for where we're going to be with property values, sales tax revenues, such like that. I mean, the picture is positive going forward. Does it account for year for year to offset probably where we need to go for personnel? That's going to be a challenge. I think continuing to do some of the things we're looking at in priority-based budgeting is key for us. If our drive is to do everything and not do anything great, then that's one way to accomplish it. Or it's to stay focused, and that's one of the things we've done through PBB. And you all have identified areas to where we want to keep our emphasis. And that's why I say when I am out hiring employees, and it's a tough answer back to some of my department heads are wanting to fill back up, our focus is where those highest priorities are that you identified. And that's where we're trying to keep after that. So I believe there will be challenges financially to do this. But if we look at it from a future perspective and say this is the direction we want to go and plan for it, we can do it.
All right, thank you. Appreciate that. And this is a conversation, obviously, we'll have to continue to look at. This is central to our mission. It's our capacity. It's, if we don't have the people, we can't get done what our community deserves. Well, next topic.
Well, I think this topic is maybe one that hits a little bit more positive. It is one about money. You know, it is the allocations from the federal government to come back to us and allocate money to our local jurisdictions. We receive money as a city and a county. So under the American Rescue Plan, if we can get that presentation put up, I think Kathleen had to relocate for some technical issues, but we're getting that. We'll have that presentation up in a minute. Kathleen? All right, while she's doing that, I'm just going to talk a little bit about the agenda for what we're doing with that. So in our last meeting, when we talked about the ARPA, the American Rescue Plan Act money, Commissioner offered several comments to us. We listened to those. We have some of those laid out tonight. We think that's put us in a position to really kind of have some suggestions for guiding principles that we can work through. And we also will kind of run through what other entities have received as far as, you know, not just us, but some of the other jurisdictions within Wyandotte County received as far as money that's come in. I'm going to talk about, or I'll have Kathleen will talk about our city funding requirements for Kansas City, Kansas. So we're going to break this out between Kansas City, Kansas and Wyandotte County. So you've heard these numbers come out and they're $87 million. Well, that's a lump money we did get as a unified government, but it has to be expended within the correct part, as you know it. We are a unified government, but we operate the two independent agencies from a financial perspective. So some money can go to the county, some can go to the city, and we want to explain that to you. So we'll talk about where we can go for non-revenue replacement eligible uses, those that can go to take care of some of our immediate needs, and then those are for fund replacement. And then prioritization beyond our immediate needs. in talking about that. And then also I want to just show some of our, and then we have a bunch of follow-up slides that are there that we're not going to go through, but there were questions you all asked. You said, can we add a 5th category for 2020? We built that into it, and there's all those. So I think you have all the presentations come to it. So Kathleen, are you able to get the presentation up? I think I've gone through your agenda in full detail, so I think you can move on to the comments from July 1 and start to walk through that.
So, yes, thank you. So during the, okay, so during the July 1st budget workshop, and we took down notes of all your comments, and and then I listened to the meeting again, and I have included many of them. Now, so the thought behind this is that these are expressions of the areas that you felt were a priority. And it's only for that respective meeting, because I know there are a few items that you talked about in previous meetings that are not listed here. So generally speaking, I'm just going to go over this. First off, you talked about public health and human services, including wraparound services. You talked about addressing deferred maintenance of facilities. So at least those facilities we plan to retain after we assess our the conditions of all our buildings and the needs for them. You expressed stormwater investments to keep our future rates low. You addressed disparities in our healthcare and housing, which is very in line with the objectives of the American Rescue Plan. You expressed broadband expansion to underserved areas, infrastructure for roads, bridges, and sidewalks, premium pay for employees fighting COVID, violence, substance abuse, and mental health interventions, also all areas that are covered by COVID or by the ARPA. Redevelopment of vacant areas in our neighborhoods, coordination with other entities in order to avoid duplication. You encouraged us to engage with community partners and to leverage funds. And then finally, to spend wisely and wait, maybe hold on to the funds and earn some interest. So those are some of the ideas that you came up with. And so this isn't a finite list, but we're open to listening to more ideas and more themes. So as we move through this process. And by the way, we're going to be talking about this process in this presentation as well. So the other areas that I gained from the meeting last time is that there's some suggested guidelines or principles. So we want to target goals. We want to target our ARPA funding to support the unified government goals or strategic goals. And we want to center our decision-making on core values of equity, diversity, engagement, and excellence. Those are certainly areas that are encouraged by the federal legislation. You want to do strategic investments to potentially lower future financing, the mill levies, or diminish the mill levy reliance, or diminish fee increases. And you want to leverage existing infrastructure. My things here. Leverage existing infrastructure efforts, avoid duplication of other grants, maximize all ARPA funding by first cross-mapping across more restrictive funding. Of course, we want to use best practices, kind of learn from the administration that we undertook with the CARES Act. We want to learn from that and expound upon it. Maintain flexibility to reallocate funding as needs and if other federal guidelines evolve. And so some of that has to do with some of your questions about, well, what if we choose to fund a certain expense with the ARPA money, and then we get this other grant that could pay for that same thing. So certainly we want to make sure that our procurement guidelines are broad enough that it covers a range of grant opportunities, and then be very mindful that sometimes we can shift the funding source if we haven't engaged in the project, too much, or if we haven't really started the project. So keep that in mind. We're keeping all of our options open and being flexible. And then the last one is to use one-time funds for one-time uses, or at least find a path for sustainability after the ARPA funds are out, they're gone. One of the things that you asked me to do was take a look at what other entities in Wyandotte County have been collecting. And so we put this together. So the city of Bonner Springs, we have 3 cities in Wyandotte County. Bonner Springs received 1.2 million, Edwardsville 0.68, and Lake Quivira 0.1 or 140,000. The equivalent of ARPA for school districts is called ESER 3. And Kansas City, Kansas School District received in ESER 3 $82 million. Turner 9.4 million, Bonner Springs almost 4, and then Piper 940,000. And then the community colleges in our area, KCK Community College received 11.8, and Donnelly College 8 or 1.1. At the in one of the informational slides towards the back, it also shows what all the other metro cities in Kansas received, as well as Jackson County and Johnson County, just for your information.
Can you go back, please?
Yeah.
I want a full explanation in writing of how come one school district gets 82 million and we get 940,000. So you don't have to give it to me tonight, but that is unbelievable what we're not getting.
Well, that was distributed by the federal or by the
Well,
federal
like I said,
government.
what I want is I want an explanation in writing to verify what you're saying.
Okay. Well, be happy to. So those funds were distributed by the Kansas Department of Education.
That's great. I want documentation to show that. I don't want to take your word. I want to see documentation. That's all I'm asking for, documentation. I want to see it in writing.
No problem.
pretty
I
simple.
have it. Yeah, happy to. So the other actions that are currently underway, just for your information, we're going to start a community engagement process. And so one of the things we're doing is we're currently setting up a Unified Government American Rescue Plan website. And so we're hoping to have that up by the end of next week. And it's already been written and submitted to My Sidewalk, and they're gonna be helping us with that. And of course, we're wanting to engage in this public engagement process because the president's order on advancing racial equity in support of underserved communities encourages all the ARPA recipients to do the community engagement effort. And so as a result, we're planning to do a public hearing on July 29th to seek community feedback on potential ARPA funding uses and, just to inform the public and to gain comments and ideas. So we're trying to get the word out about the public hearing, through social media and other venues. Ashley's going to be helping me with that. And UG staff is going to continue to reach out to our community organizations to ensure their participation. The other thing we're doing, as I mentioned before, we are standing up a grant management division. We've put out an RFP that's published tomorrow to solicit bids from consulting firms to assist with sort of what I call the non-local fiscal recovery funds. Not the direct aid that we're going to be talking about tonight, but more all of the other grant opportunities that are available through ARPA. And so they will be helping with the grant discovery, grant writing, and acting as a community liaison between organizations to provide collaboration. And then also the grant management division will be writing a grant policy and grant administration manual. So here we get to the heart of it. So there's a couple slides on Kansas City, Kansas, and another couple slides on Wyandotte County. And the reason that we're segregating the 87 million that you often have heard about is because each of the different entities have different missions, and they also are separate recipients within the federal law. So we have to abide by the segregation of the funding because of their status as different recipients. So starting off with City of Kansas City, Kansas, we received received one half of $55.4 million. The other half will come in May. And after reviewing all of the ARPA guidelines for doing the calculation for what they are calling revenue replacement, Kansas City, Kansas's revenue replacement amount is $26 million. And that's revenue lost for 2020 and for 2021 combined, just the 2 years. Now, you can use that revenue replacement money for government services. It is very flexible. Basically, any uses that aren't eligible in the other categories are allowed under this category. Unfortunately, you can't use uses that are, you can't use, so you are allowed to use revenue replacement money for the other categories, but not the other way around. So, and then,
I wanna just jump in real quick as we're going through this, because part of this is a decision-making mode as we go through this. And I want to make sure this component is fully understood. From the federal government's perspective, we need to designate according to the eligible buckets where we're going to spend this money. One of the buckets, as Kathleen's saying, is revenue replacement. The recommendation is to put as much as we can into revenue replacement, because then you completely control how you want to expend it from this point forward.
Yes.
Okay? It's not going anywhere. It's just, here it is, 55.4 million. You have so many categories you can spend it in. One is revenue replacement. You put it all over there. We send that notice to the federal government and say, we spent $26 million on revenue replacement. Now you can take and decide this year, next year, or never to spend it, however you want to do. It's totally in the control of the 11 at that point. So you'll see that from both the city and the county perspective. That's the direction we're recommending and strongly feel that's how we should do it.
Turn the camera off.
Kathleen, go ahead with the rest.
So you bet. Oh, I advanced too quickly here. Oh, thank you. Okay. So, all right. So the non-revenue replacement eligible uses are public health, negative economic impact, disproportionately impacted communities, premium pay, and wastewater, storm, and broadband. So because it's a city, wastewater and stormwater are included here. On the county side, it's not, just to point out, but we'll get to the county here in a minute. So if you dedicate all the 26 million in revenue replacement that I calculated, that leaves 29.4 million for these other non-revenue replacement categories. Do you all understand that? Okay. So the non-revenue replacement categories, within them, there's all these subcategories, right? So this is where basically the menu of items you can spend the $29.4 million. Public health, you can replace, this is physical plant changes to public facilities in order to respond to COVID. In other words, you can repair all the HVAC systems in our facilities. Other COVID expenses like communication, isolation, quarantine, payroll of public safety and other public sector that responded to COVID. In fact, the payroll going back to the beginning of the crisis is allowed to be spent or reimbursed through this provision. This is the only area where you can go all the way back to last year. Everything else is forward expending from May forward. Mental health and substance abuse services. And then under negative economic impacts, household assistance for food, rent, mortgage, utilities, cash transfers, internet access, and eviction intervention or prevention. There is provisions for job training assistance, for small business economic assistance, tourism to mitigate COVID, which is very specific. You can't spend, you can only pretty much spend money to assist hotels in revamping their facilities so that the air handling is meets with the health guidelines. Other economic assistance and also assistance for hiring back public sector employees who were either laid off or just weren't hired or because of budget cuts. So the disproportionately impacted communities, of course, it's really important for this act. They stress it greatly how the low-income populations and people of color have been significantly impacted by the pandemic, and the disparities that existed prior to the pandemic have worsened. So in the memo that I have attached for all of you to take a look at, there is a lot of statistics about those disparities in our own community, as well as at the very end, a detailed listing of all the programs that are being suggested as immediate needs, which we'll talk about later. All right, so I encourage you to look at that memo so that you have a clear understanding of the composition of our community and the needs that are out there on the human services side. So those areas that you can spend money on in that for disproportionately impacted are educational assistance or workforce training, healthy childhood environments, housing support for unhoused persons, community, which includes the development of affordable housing for low-income populations, community health workers and benefit navigators. So there's a lot of benefits out there. They're very difficult to access because, well, they're complicated, bureaucratic, with the state. In addition, there's a lot of language barriers. And so there's a lot of there's the opportunity to get cover some of those costs. And then community violence prevention. There's violence increased during the pandemic, and they're hoping that communities will invest in that to reduce or intervene in those areas. The other eligible uses include premium pay for unified government employees or grants to private sector employers who could then provide premium pay to their employees. Wastewater and stormwater, broadband, which here it's the city share. We would share broadband costs between the city and the county. And then just ARPA grant management support. So these are all the areas that are available, like a menu, for non-revenue replacement eligible costs categories. The pot for this over the 2-year period is $29 million. Okay. Now, what I'm going to show you on the next slide is what we've thought about, coming from the direction that I felt I heard from the commission on July 1st. What we want to do certainly is to at least identify what the most immediate needs right now are so that we can continue the fight against COVID and give our departments and nonprofit and community partners the resources they need to continue the fight for COVID. So the CARES Act allowed for us the resources to get through the first 5 or 6 months, but now we're at a point where we need additional resources to continue that fight. And so we have reached out to all our departments and identified the funding pots for what those immediate needs are. And so we're going to present those tonight here with you. You can see they're kind of in summary form here, but they're written up in detail in the memo that was provided to you. So if you have any questions on that, which unfortunately I didn't bring the memo with me, so I hope you have it. So First off, this is just on the Kansas City, Kansas side. There are some changes to physical plant changes in order to accommodate the facility so that it could respond to COVID. So some HVAC changes. There's the communication costs for which are $500,000. We have funding for small business economic assistance, similar to the program that was initiated as part of the CARES Act last year. And there is some funding, $200,000 to assist hotels with their HVAC systems, and then some other economic support of $60,000. There's $60,000 for the institution of some childcare camps at the Parks and Recreation, and then about $263,000 for ARPA grant support. So not a lot of immediate needs on the Kansas City, Kansas side. But most of the needs certainly are over on the county side, which we'll get to here in a moment, because their mission is, to serve the human services needs of the county.
So I
Okay.
would just add to where Kathleen is on that these are items that we've identified that we need to take care of these things within the next few months. So that's where we push them up. All these categories, or many of these categories, are things we'd like to see our money to go toward. These are just ones who are kind of in hand, that we can go out there and start spending the money on right away to make an impact on some of these changes that we know are in front of us. And on the county side, you'll see a lot more.
I don't remember.
Yeah, actually, there's a couple before, Jim. Before we move on, Commissioner Ramirez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am actually going to hold my questions until she comes to the next page where she has a questions section, so I'll just wait till then.
Commissioner Bynum.
I was just going to ask on this page, municipal court management software for $900,000. What is that? Very bottom.
I apologize, but the photo of the Zoom is down here and I can't see. So the last two items are actually coming out of the revenue replacement pot, because they don't qualify in the other areas. And that's why they're a little bit different color. Municipal court management software is the software that basically administers the municipal court administrative functions. And it is at its last leg, and I think you could probably add some more there. And it's a legacy system. It needs to be replaced. I think the vendor is no longer really supporting that version, and it's time to do a revamp. It is sort of in conjunction with some additional funding that I have elsewhere, which allows for the reopening of municipal court, which I think is actually in the part of that 142,000 above. Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, the reopening.
I'll
of
do it
municipal
for
court.
700,000.
What's that?
I'll do it for 700,000. I'm joking. It's a joke.
Commissioner Walters.
I just wanted to know what the
So we're hiring that consulting firm to assist us with the grant management. Yeah, yeah. And there is the acquisition of some grant discovery and grant management software.
And that's over a couple of years, right?
We're only planning on having the consultant for a couple of years. Yeah.
Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to go back, Ms. Financian, a couple of pages, back to page 3, where you have the Squares Commission comments. Are these just merely a listing, or is this meant to be in some hierarchy?
Oh, no, just a listing,
listing.
not hierarchy. Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm happy to hear more comments so we can add to it.
Page 6, the July 29th public hearing, is that a separate hearing, or is that going to be part of a regularly scheduled Board of Commissioner meeting?
It will be part of a regular board commission meeting.
And Commissioner, threw that date on there because, as you recall, we need to have adoption of our community development block grant program. So we have to have those hearings that night. So it seemed like that'd be a good one to do in conjunction with that commission meeting.
Okay. Well, you may already have this planned. I know that Ms. Financial mentioned community engagement with this. I would like to see, at least, this may already be in the works, all of the neighborhood groups. We make sure that they get notice, of this. That may already be in the works. Okay.
Yeah, I am working with Livable Neighborhoods on their outreach. In addition, we're planning on maybe 3 or 4 Zoom meetings with all the community groups so that I can answer any questions.
Prior to or after July 29th?
Next month, too. It doesn't have to be before the 29th.
Okay. Well, yeah,
Yeah.
more questions may be spurred, after the 29th. On page 7, this goes back to something that the administrator said with the replacement revenue. Do we have a commission have to say, we want to do 26 million replacement revenue, and then that would allow us to use it as we saw fit in the categories that appear on page 3?
That's right, yeah. I mean, you could use the revenue replacement money for the categories on that called non-revenue replacement eligible uses. You could, yes. And then you would not have any flexibility, or you wouldn't be able to use it on items that are not eligible under these. So it would strictly have to be these areas.
Okay, let me make sure I understand that. So again, with the revenue replacement, we could use those funds on items that are identified on page 3.
So page 3 is what is this what you're?
Right.
Well, these are just comments that you provided.
I understand,
Yeah.
but they're
Yeah.
going
Answer is
somewhere.
yes, Commissioner.
Yeah, okay,
So,
okay, got
yeah.
it.
Revenue replacement will be totally your decision as to where you want to expend that money.
Right.
Okay,
let me give
once
you-
it's designated as revenue replacement fund.
From the
Okay.
federal, once you classify it that
Classify.
way, from the federal government's perspective, then we just take it over and it becomes part of our general fund.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, and so I'm just going to give you an example. I'm not making any kind of suggestion, but if you wanted to spend the whole 50 million on roads, you couldn't, because roads is not an eligible use. You could only spend the revenue replacement amount on roads, for example. Okay.
Okay, on page 9, maybe I want to go back to page 7. I'm lost as to where this 3.3 million came from. I see the
Okay.
29.4, where's this other 3.3?
Yeah, I was actually going to cover that in the following slide. So,
Okay, well, I think I'm caught up now with the,
okay.
it was moving real, pretty quickly, and I want to get in. Thank you.
So, right, so just to reorient everyone. So, City Kansas City, Kansas is a recipient of, over a 2-year period, $55.38 million. We have, through our staff needs assessment, identified 3.3 million as immediate needs. The detail is provided in the memo that I provided you. And we've also done the calculation that over a 2-year period, the revenue replacement is $24.5 million. So that leaves 27.5 million, of which we can continue our discussion about in the future months, or as part of, future months, really. So doesn't have to be tonight or even next month, but we can continue the conversation. We can garner more information from our public through the engagement process and continue from there. So do you have any questions here at this point?
Commissioner Johnson.
Commissioner Harold Johnson, District 4. Kathleen, do you have any more slides beyond this one?
Well, then there's the county.
So there are more slides.
Yes, but this is just the city. Yes.
So there are more slides.
Yes.
So maybe
Yeah.
we don't want to have so many questions right now. How many more slides do you have?
Well, there's about 4 slides for the county, and then we're going to ask Ashley to come up and talk with you about the prioritization approach for this remaining balances amount.
About halfway.
So we're about halfway, and we have executive session tonight.
Oh,
Just want you all to make sure we're all on the same page. All right, thank you.
I'm trying to talk as fast as I can.
Commissioner Ramirez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll try and make my questions quick. What under where it says the negative economic impact, what is other economic support? That's of 60,000 total. What constitutes other economic support?
It's an after-school and summer camp recreation center space footprint analysis in order to get the state certification and bringing centers up to code and standards.
Okay. Maybe I should read the memo before asking these questions.
Well, you gave me the memo.
It's true. Okay. I believe on the next slide, the 27.53, is that the remaining amount that we will receive next year?
This one.
Yes, the KCK remaining balances, is that the amount that we'll receive next year?
Okay, so in this presentation, I'm not really asking you to think about the cash flow. So, we got half the 55 million in May, and we're going to get the other half next May. But, so it's the two.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Commissioner Walters.
Similar question. So we have 27.7 million now,
We were allocated that amount.
and we have it, right?
Well, we have roughly half of it.
We have half of the 27
We
million?
have half of $55 million.
Right, it's 27 million. We have that now.
Okay.
And 26 million you gave us as the revenue replacement, and 29 million is non-revenue replacements. So my question is, how much of the 27 million that we have received can we spend right now? Do we have to worry about part of it being categorized as revenue replacement and part of it being categorized as non-revenue replacement?
So this presentation combines the 2 years together and does not account for the cash flow and whether we received it or not, okay? And so frankly, we can proceed along those lines, or we can decide as a commission that you would like to treat all of this allocation as a tranche number 1 and tranche number 2. For simplicity's sake, I presented it all in a lump sum together. So,
I know that. So I was asking how much we could spend right now. And do we have to worry about it being in the 26 million of revenue replacement and the 29 million of non-revenue replacement?
well, so we can obligate the funds, right? And in the current, we could obligate the entire amount, and we would figure out the cash flow situation ourselves internally.
Can I ask your question in a different way?
I think I need some help.
Okay, so when we got our half, that we already have in our checking account, did the government tell us that we have to treat that half as all revenue replacement or all?
No.
not? Okay.
No.
So we get to decide whether this first tranche is all revenue replacement or whether we use the second amount as revenue replacement.
Yes, you could.
Okay.
Yeah.
Does that answer your question?
Sounds like we can spend it all right now if we wanted to.
And
Because I don't remember any commissioner saying, I think we should put it in the bank and earn interest.
I think Commissioner Burrows just said that.
Oh, he did? He's not here. Thank you.
Commissioner Markley?
Lord, what I was gonna ask. Oh, yes, I do. So I was just gonna say, I know you're kind of giving us what you've got as you've got it, and we're kind of working through this, but you know those little one sheets that we get in our budget notebook that tells sort of what the expenditure is about, what department it came from, how many staff are gonna be allocated to it. You know what I'm talking about? The little one
For
pages?
each department.
Yes, I would love to get something similar for the recommended expenditures that we're looking at here. So
Okay.
your one-liners in the memo are good. I looked those over, that's nice, but I'd like a little more detail. So sort of one-page format where it says, this is the department that recommended it, this is how much it's gonna cost, this is, you know, who's gonna handle it or what staff members we're gonna hire. Just that sort of information would be helpful. Again, I know you're giving us what you've got as you've got it, but longer term, I'd like to see that.
Oh, no, we have all that, actually. We just didn't want to overwhelm you with detail.
Well, I'd like to see some of that.
All right, thank you. Let's move forward.
All right, so same drill, only we're talking about Kansas City's or Wyandotte County's funding requirement. So Wyandotte County is a recipient of $32 million. 16 of it million we got last month or in May, and 16 million of it we'll get next May. The revenue replacement for Wyandotte County is lower because it's very reliant on property tax. And for 20 and 21, property tax was not really affected by COVID. So it is roughly $11 million. Split up 6.6 in 2020 and 5.3 in 2021. This, by the way, this calculation is a little higher than what I presented in previous recommendations or presentations because I did some refinement of the replacement. Well, the guidelines had some direction that I missed the first time. So we have more revenue replacement on the county side with this presentation now. You can use it all for government services. Again, it's very flexible. The uses, so any uses that are not in those other categories, right? You can spend this money on that, right? Although you can spend this money on those other uses as well. Okay, so that's the pot. 11 million out of the 32 is revenue replacement. The remainder amount is $22 million, which has to be only spent on these 5 areas. You notice that stormwater and wastewater are no longer listed because stormwater and wastewater are not county functions, it's a city function, right? So this is the same eligible uses, except there's a few additional ones because a lot of public health needs are listed here that are not addressed on the city side. Vaccination, testing, contact tracing, prevention in congregate settings. So all the others are the same. Oh, one of them is aid to nonprofits to mitigate COVID. That's a new one introduced on the county side. And oh, and then the other over here is other units of government in the region. That is a county function. So the immediate needs on the county side total $8.44 million. 5 million of it is for public health. We work very closely with the UG Public Health Department to determine their needs for the next 6 months, or 6 or 7 months, or maybe 10, around that. So, you know, in order to get us out of this pandemic and back to a more healthy and sustainable future for our residents. So 1.7 million for vaccination, testing, and contact tracing. Keep in mind one thing, we will continue to apply for FEMA reimbursement. If we do receive FEMA reimbursement, we will credit the costs related to the reimbursement, which may be reflected here, to the FEMA grant and not to this one. So there's still a shifting and a careful management of the grant in order to optimize the funds that we got. So right now, this is assuming that we're not going to get FEMA reimbursement at all for any of these, but that probably won't be the case because the FEMA reimbursement process is extended all the way through. They're reimbursing 100% through December. So there's some funding for prevention in congregate settings. There's communications dollars of roughly 500,000 for to continue to outreach to our communities about the need for vaccination. There is $1 million in funding our public health staffing. Right now, many of those staff members are assigned to specific state grants, and so they can't they can't do work that isn't related to that state grant and continue to get paid. So this would allow for more flexibility so that we have more resources in terms of human capital to address the public health crisis, because we have a funding source to pay for their salaries. So it doesn't necessarily add FTE, it just allows for more funding flexibility. There's mental health, substance abuse, a public health department mobile clinic unit, and demobilization and storage of the current vaccination site, which we've been estimating will cost $600,000, and then some other $800,000 in other public health services costs, all of which are listed in detail in that memo I provided. And by the way, the Department of Public Health, Wesley is on, and I think Julianne Taylor is on the line if you want to talk with her or ask any questions. The negative impact, a total of $1.2 million, 618,000 of it is for housing assistance for food, rent, mortgage, utilities, internet, and prevention, et cetera, all of which is listed here. The largest one is $200,000 for the direct food assistance via deployment of the DOT mobile grocer. Some others that are larger are to provide legal assistance for those that are where their landlord is trying to displace them. So other assistance such as that. There is $80,000 for job training assistance, which is in collaboration with WIDEC. We have allocated $500,000 in aid to nonprofits to mitigate COVID. So although there have been many nonprofits that have benefited from the CARES Act in their ability to provide assistance to our disproportionate communities, the low income and people of color, and those that are underserved in terms of healthcare. They have all benefited from CARES Act, but that money has run out and there's still a lot of needs. Now, one thing that we do want to point out is when we provide funding to these nonprofits, however the allocation process turns out, of course, we're open to your suggestions. These amounts that go to the nonprofits absolutely have to be projects that align with these restricted eligible uses. They can't just be, we're cutting checks. So just so you know. So it will be administratively burdensome, but we're willing to make that effort if that's your direction, okay? So that's what we have here. 500,000 is just a number we came up with. It really isn't, there isn't any rationale behind it necessarily. It's just an amount that we came up with. So the other thing, $250,000 in educational assistance is for technical skills education to previously incarcerated offenders seeking to pursue new business opportunities. So we're hoping to partner with the community college and other nonprofits that are looking to do that work. There's $160,000 in housing support for unhoused persons. Of $160,000, that is the CHIP housing backbone support for new lead agency. There are there's community health workers or benefit navigators who will assist with developmental disabilities and human services, as well as aid to provide assistance in getting utility bill assistance from the state of Kansas. And then there is 500,000 in community violence prevention. There are 6 programs underneath that for that effort. And the largest one being the expansion of the Unified Government's Public Health Department Violence Prevention Programs and Services in general for $254,000. So many of these programs can be, well, I have the health department on the line, so they have a lot of these programs. Now, under other eligible uses, we don't have any premium pay built into the immediate needs at the moment, and that's because, we can still pursue and talk about those subsequent to tonight's meeting. So it's not that, we just felt that it was something that we wanted to immediately meet the needs of our residents and then talk about the premium pay for employees separately. So it's not like we're not recommending it, just not now. And then the last one down here is online processes and implementation to expand remote customer service experiences of 500,000, which is coming from out of the revenue replacement pot. So that's how we came up with the $8.44,000. So in total, Wyandotte County, to give a tally, so you're getting $32 million over the 2-year period. We have $8.4 million in needs. We've identified $10.4 million as revenue replacement. And so that leaves on the county side, $13.2 million to talk about for future discussions. Now, so at this point now, we want to engage in a prioritization beyond the immediate needs. And at this point, I was hoping we could have Ashley join us.
Right, there are a
I will
couple.
probably jump in here, Mayor, and just
Yeah.
ask the question. I know it's 7:30 at this point, so, and we are recommending a public hearing next week. So this is an exercise we had prepared ourselves to be able to work with you, but not really knowing how long it would take tonight to get to this time. So we're certainly good to do it tonight if you'd like to. Our executive session will take an hour, but if you'd like to do this now, or we can push this to a future date after you've had other input.
I'm going to recommend we push this to a future date because we've got to have the energy to go to complete this. So
I
Commissioner,
think having time to look over the materials
Yeah.
and the memo would be helpful as well.
And that's what I was just going to ask. This is a lot of material, and it takes a while to wrap your brain around it. I would really appreciate and believe I could be a better participant in these meetings if I could get these materials and these data ahead of the meeting. Even if I don't fully understand what I'm looking at yet, at least I'm starting to frame reflective questions that will help me discern what it is I'm looking at. I don't like to come into a meeting like this and be expected to participate in a discussion or expected to make a decision when I don't have a firm grasp of the fundamentals on which I'm supposed to discuss or decide. Please find a way to get us these materials ahead of the meeting so that we can at least look at them and start to frame our thoughts and questions to make these meetings more productive. Thank you.
Commissioner Ramirez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And second, everything that Commissioner McKiernan said, 100%. You, Kathleen, you brought it up very quickly, and so I just want to make sure I have my line of thinking correct. When you mentioned about the premium pay for employees, it's not part of the immediate needs, but it's something we can allocate with the remaining 27 from the city and the 13 from the county, correct?
Yeah, well, premium pay is an eligible use. And frankly, if you want to make it an immediate need, all you have to do is add it in. You
Okay.
tell us.
Okay. I would, see now that changes, yeah, going along with Commissioner McKiernan is a lot of information to digest and have to understand. So thank you.
Commissioner Philbrook?
Thank you, commissioners, for saying exactly what my poor little brain was thinking. And that is that I love to participate in these conversations, but I have to chew this over and over again and think about this, how one thing affects another before I can even come close to making a recommendation on any of this. If we want to do things like this and have a presentation, that's wonderful. But then you need to just plan on that being the presentation and maybe asking some questions and planning on a future date for us to talk about it with you. Please, I don't mind having the presentation, but I don't want to be expected to give a decision on something I haven't had a chance to study. And I know you guys have studied it over and over again, or you wouldn't have been able to give it to us.
Yeah.
And I appreciate that.
Commissioner Bynum?
No expectation, actually. We're just presenting the information. Yeah.
I have a question. If I understand what you're putting in front of us on July 29 and possibly at additional dates beyond that, we're going to have the public, the community participate with us in prioritization or idea sharing about the spending of the money?
We're going to give the public an opportunity for them to share their ideas and their thoughts about what they find is important, so that you can take that in
about how to
as you
spend
make
this
your
money.
The whole $87 million
Okay.
pot.
Budget public hearing, but for this part.
Well, the reason I'm asking that question is because how will we present the uses of the money, the allowable uses of the county side and the city side in a way that our general public's going to understand? I'm working on understanding everything you've given us tonight, and I'm struggling. I'm worried that we're going to have the community come forward and say, we need a kayaking lake. And we're going to say, well, we can't do that. And then they're going to say, well, typical.
Well, that would be under revenue replacement. You could actually pay for a kayaking.
All
Yeah.
right.
So much help.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
I'm concerned and I want the public input, but I'm hoping that we are able to do something very simple
Okay. Yeah.
for them ahead of time that says, here's your buckets of how you can spend the money. It concerns me that we're going to disappoint our community by having them tell us what they think is important and having us go, sorry. So.
And Commissioner, we don't have to do the public hearing next week if we feel like that's too soon in the process. I think a similar early presentation showing the eligible buckets for non-revenue replacement money is one thing to show out there for the public. Otherwise, I mean, the non-revenue replacement is wide open and people could come in and tell you a kayaking lake or whatever for your consideration. And that was our intent in getting this out to you tonight, that, we can take it as far as you want to, as far as working through it to understand what you can spend it on, what you can't spend it on. And your decision-making to this is you've got a couple of years. So we're not putting in front of you tonight going, you need to decide. We're putting in front of you tonight so you can start to understand it. If we don't dig into it a little bit more, it's hard to start to understand it. As we've looked at it and then started to break it out, it still becomes something that's hard to get a hold of. So this is that first opportunity to get it out there and show you, I think that's what we thought the the easiest ways to start breaking it out, we're going, here's your 3 buckets. You know, revenue replacement, that's a pretty easy one to understand. And then you can take that and work with it. Immediate needs, what's our staff telling us? Here's things that need to happen now. And then what are your defined categories that you have left to spend it in? And then you can take that back and you can work on it now for the next few weeks to months to whatever kind of time frame you want to put to it. We threw the public hearing in there based on what came out in the president's message around it, saying, okay, like we do in the budget process, in February, we have a public hearing for people to come in. They've been hearing about it for a while, so they'll come in and give you some great ideas, you know, that you can consider as you think about all these different categories.
I want the public hearing. I just want us to be prepped with material that can be shared with the public about as simply as we can possibly make it.
Yeah, I plan to put that sort of information on the website.
Okay.
But
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, agree with Commissioner Biden trying to make it more because even I, sitting through this presentation, it seems, and I'm still trying to figure out, like, some funds can be spent on these type of categories, but the funds used for this category can be used for this. And I'm trying to still myself figure out what can be used where. And so if when we have the public hearing, if we can have that simplified a little bit for the community of understanding, because even with, I don't even think simplified is a real word. Apologize. It's been a long night. But even going, like I said, going through this presentation for us, I'm still having trouble figuring out what money can go where and how can it be spent. And if I'm going to have trouble, I know the community is going to have trouble with that as well. And then if there's still that confusion, then we're not being open with them when we're doing the public hearing and how we're explaining everything works. Because Lord knows this is ARPA was a extremely big, huge bill.
Uh-huh.
And, staff is doing the best they can to bring all of the information into simple terms, but even then it's hard then.
Yeah.
And so I just ask that to make sure that when we do the public hearing that you just I don't want to say more simple, but more using common terms that the community can understand. Because like I said, the connections with everything, I'm still having trouble. Thank you.
Commissioner Townsend.
This point of clarification, going to this timing thing, is the expectation that these decisions be made so they would be executed in concert with our budget? Or it's not necessary that timing be on the same exact track?
It's not necessary that they happen at the same time. Can happen independent. Some of these things that we do have that have come in, particularly some of them for public health, probably have a little bit more of an urgent side of them than some of the others. And I think those are some of the things we can maybe underline as we come back and look for decisions on it. We tried to break out immediate needs versus others, thinking, I'm honestly, like small businesses, I don't have an immediate need, but it's also one of those that we thought, from your perspective, if we could get another grant program going now, businesses need the money now, not next year. If they're truly in a need for it. So that's why we classified it like that, but I'm not setting on something ready to write a check to somebody as soon as, we walk out that would work for us. So.
Well, that helps me to understand that then, because I wouldn't want to deny any of these organizations or anyone who might be a recipient, but that also gives me the impression and the idea that what we do with this money is not going to be a plus or minus to the budget. Is that correct? That would be a way to look at it?
Well, I'd probably say the non-revenue has an opportunity to be a plus to what we do to the budget, because there are some opportunities, particularly on your one-time spent cost, of things we want to address.
Okay.
I see Julianne Van Loo, our Public Health Director, has her hand up. Julianne, did you have something to address?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I just wanted one moment to help Commission understand the urgency for the Health Department's immediate needs. It's not just that we have to continue our COVID operations, it's that I'm really hamstrung and can't launch a number of new COVID-related initiatives. There are a host of temporary staff I have to hire and hire soon, but I can't even start that process because I don't have enough funding. So I have about $1 million to get me through the next few months to keep Kmart going, to keep my mobile team going, but I can't bring on the grant writer that's causing us to leave millions in federal dollars behind. I can't bring on my new epidemiologist because it's unlikely that FEMA would reimburse that position. I can't bring on my development manager. I really am stuck on a number of COVID fronts until I can get access to this ARPA funding. So I just want to make sure Commission understands that we have a very urgent need. I fully support taking our time with the remainder of the cash, but I am going to have a cash flow issue here sooner than later. And I need to be able to bring on some additional staff as our COVID numbers, unfortunately, are spiking once again. And we're having to regrow our testing team, regrow our contact tracing team. So we have some real urgency and immediate needs in public health.
Yes, Julianne, what would be the timeline?
I mean, really what I'm stuck with is not knowing. And so if I can even know in the next couple of weeks, if I'm going to get a nod at this $5 million, then at least I can plan. I can start working with human resources to post those positions. I can start putting programs into place, at least at a planning level. So, you know, I probably need the money within the next couple of months, but I need the nod more than anything to allow me to start to move on some of this work.
Yeah.
I think within the additional information we share with you, we can show some of them to where here's something, any decision on it now versus later, as we didn't bring any of it to say, decide tonight. You know, it's, but that's why you have this to look at. You can contemplate it. And then as we come back on each of these, as we're planning, we can highlight ones like Julianne has that are ready to go. And or some of the other, and there'll be some of the others the same way.
Okay. So let's, this comes back on the 29th, correct, with the public engagement of Commissioner Philbrook?
So they aren't here, but I want that back. You took it away from me. That page that had the ones that were darkened in. One of them was the housing assistance and the other was homeless. And I will tell you that both of those, the housing support and the household assistance, are in immediate need now because the COVID money has run out and they are begging, borrowing from private sector as much as possible to get funding to keep these people in their homes. And it costs 10 times as much to put them back in a home as it does to keep them in a home. And I will tell you, this is an immediate need. Thank you.
Okay, I think that we'll now go into executive session. Oh, Commissioner.
Can I just ask one thing? Staff have identified at least, and fellow commissioners have identified at least a couple of priorities. And so as we're originally going through this, we're not pointing out priorities. We're just laying the tableau that we can play on. I would really like to know, as Ms. Van Loo just pointed out, as Commissioner Philbrook pointed out, if we believe in the consensus among staff that there are absolute priorities that the commission should consider, I want to know those so that I can advocate for priorities that our staff believe are critical to our short-term operations and setting up long-term success.
Commissioner, the immediate needs we've highlighted tonight are the ones we've come up to say we think these are ones that you should be looking at for funding now. That's why we highlighted them that way.
Okay, but I guess the question is, how do we give consent to move forward on those immediate needs?
Well, that's where we'll come back. I mean, as you said earlier tonight, you don't want us to give any information. We wanted to present it to you so you'd understand it, have time to work through it, and then we can come back in our next workshop. And if we get the direction to go that way, then we can put that forward to the commission for a vote, I guess, and say, this is how we want to spend that money. And we
Yes,
can take it
ideally-
in chunks. We don't have
Ideally,
to
I would
take it
like
in-
all of this ahead of time. 2 weeks ago would have been good to have this, or a week ago, 3 days ago, yesterday would have been good to have this information so we could thoughtfully consider it. But now we hear that there is an urgency to at least one of the items on this list. Yes, you pointed out all the priorities here, but now urgent is a little bit more important than simply a priority. At least that's how I'm interpreting it. So I didn't get that nuance as we went through the original data until we had this comment here at the end, so. All right, I'll be fine.
Commissioner Bynum.
With regard to Commissioner Philbrook's comment on the slide with the priorities, and one of them was highlighting the housing and rent. We have the KERA program. Kathleen and I have been sort of emailing back and forth a little bit about what can the unified government do? In what way can the unified government be helpful to the KERA program at the state level, which is the program that the landlords and the tenants must apply to in order to have rent and utility relief assistance. And we're watching the Board of Public Utilities have this conversation as well, because folks are appearing at their board meeting to say, please, you cannot shut off people's utilities in July. And everyone's pointing folks to KERA. And yet KERA seems to be working very, very slowly. And my point is, there is a fund established that's in place through the end of the year. And while I would love to have an urgency about using some of these funds toward that, there's a fund in place. What I would like is, how can we facilitate in any way possible making it actually work? I think what's happening is it's not working.
Yeah, and from what I understand, the KERA, it's really on the state side.
Right.
And-
Entirely on the state.
But I'm not sure there's anything much we can do about that on the state side, as much as we've appealed to them. And
Have we appealed to them,
well, we've made calls from our office for sure.
to the state for that
Oh,
program?
absolutely.
Because I know the BPU is asking them.
Yeah.
And we're asking them.
And some of the applications have been processed, but not enough.
Anyway, okay.
The issue also around that is it's so complicated even to apply in some ways, that there's been a lot of people who have had to find other folks that supply these wraparound services like Avenue of Life to help them apply. And so, not everybody has the capability of doing this stuff like we do. And so I will say, we could always help with that if we wanted to. That would be a way, for the application. But that costs more money, for us to pay for people to do this. So I'm just saying.
All right. One more. Commissioner Ramirez.
Yes, last comment of the night on this. Kind of going off of what Commissioner McKiernan, these are immediate needs, but it seems that some may be urgent. So I would like to see us next time when we come back to this discussion of telling us what of these immediate needs, what needs to be done now. Because they're not immediate, now they're urgent. Coming from what Julianne said from our health department, I would like that of what of these immediate needs needs to be done now.
So all of the individual projects are listed in the memo I provided you, in the back of the memo. Yeah, so you can review that. And, but I can say that all of them are immediately needed, except perhaps we can hold off on the 500,000 we have dedicated roughly for business assistance, that could probably be delayed. The 500,000 that we have worked in for online implementation of online processes. Some of those items, if you go through the list, you probably can see which ones probably could be put off a month or two.
Okay. All right. So this time the commission will go into executive session for consultation with legal counsel regarding litigation and labor. We have a motion for executive session.
I move that the commission go into executive session until 8:50 PM to consult with our attorney and to discuss confidential matters relating to pending litigation and matters relating to employer-employee negotiations regarding the status and future direction of labor negotiations as permitted under the Kansas Open Meetings Act, and the staff designated by the county administrator be present to participate in the discussion.
Second.
We have a motion and second. Roll call, please.
Roll call. Townsend,
Aye.
McKiernan,
Aye.
Ramirez,
Aye.
Johnson,
Aye.
Kane, Markley,
Aye.
Walters, Philbrook, Bynum,
Aye.
Burrows is absent. Alby.
Aye. Thank you. That motion is approved. We're now moving into executive session.
Commissioners, I'd like at this time for you to please log out of Zoom so that our executive session is kept confidential.
Commissioner, we're ready.
All right, team. Are we ready? I move to extend our executive session for 15 minutes.
Second.
Oh. Do you?
Now call us all back to order in special session to entertain a motion.
Move to extend for 15 minutes.
Second.
We have a motion, a second. Roll call, please.
Roll call Townsend,
Aye.
McKiernan,
Aye.
Ramirez,
Aye.
Johnson,
Aye.
Kane, Markley,
Aye.
Walters, Philbrook,
Aye.
Bynum,
Aye.
Burrows, Alvey.
Aye. I think Tom's got to leave, doesn't he?
Yeah. Oh, Brett.
Doesn't Tom? We are back out of executive session. We are adjourned.
What I'm here for.
Mariah, they're done.
Like completely done?
Yeah, they just adjourned. Didn't wait.
Okay.
All right.
If you want to end for all, that'll cut the YouTube.
Yep.
Thank you.